Welcome back, everyone. We're returning to Elden Ring once again. And last time we made quite a bit of progress climbing up to the mountaintops of the giants and then doubling back to finish off the Volcano Manor questline. So at this point, we've actually covered most of the overworld. There's a bit of the mountaintops that we haven't cleared yet, and a section of not Fair Missoula, Grail's Dragonbarrow that we also haven't really explored. But aside from that, the only major overworld area that we haven't gone through is the Consecrated Snowfield. But we're not going to get to that today, probably, because right now we're going to follow the advice of that man Shabriri that we encountered in the mountaintops and go investigate the areas underneath Leyndell a little more thoroughly. So without further ado, let's get in. Wronghouse Night Rain is beating you to a pulp. How is that? I haven't bought it yet. And I've only kind of dimly kept aware of like what people think of it, and it seems, from what I can tell, it's like the really hardcore Elden Ring people are pretty happy with what it is so far, but there's a bunch of people who are a little dissatisfied with how much content there is, maybe. Anyway, we want to go to Cathedral of the Forsaken.
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life
So
and
the
thought.
pace is pretty frantic, huh?
However ruined,
That's the impression I got from watching some of the network test stuff. There's not a lot of downtime.
And despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that. Is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
Well, I'm not sure I disagree, really, but I don't know what does this all have to do with the frenzied flame? I don't see frenzied flame here. Oh yeah, I should also check my loadout real quick. I think I need the Greatjar's Arsenal. Next week they'll release a patch to make solo mode more playable. Huh. It is weird to me that there's no duo mode. Like I don't really understand why you'd have 1-person and 3-person modes, but no 2-person modes. I think I'll go with the Ritual Sword Talisman. 10% damage boost when I'm at full HP, and I've got my Serpent God's Curved Sword to help me restore HP, so that could help me keep me topped up. Armor-wise, is there anything different we want to wear? Hey, nuts. Glad to see you again. Not really sure how you're supposed to guess this, but yes, you can knock down this altar and discover a hidden path behind it. The chamber filled with the corpses of so many nomadic merchants. Some of them are still alive playing their instruments. I need to get... Okay, he did. The frenzied merchants here can break some tents to reveal some items. Pretty dangerous. They'll just spam their frenzied flame attacks over and over. But you need them to break some of those things to get items, so I had to have them break the tents here to get the nomadic merchant set. How does that look, actually? Really light armor, so I don't think it'll be enough for us to want to use. Very shiny, though. It's a shame that it's only 31 poise with this armor. It's 20 less than the scaled armor I just equipped. There's another item back here. I need to pick this up. Cool. Five eyes of yellow. Hello, friend. This cookbook lets you craft the Frenzied Flame Stone, which is like a warming stone, but stronger, but it only works for you if you have inherited the Flame of Frenzy. Otherwise, it inflicts madness. Yeah. Okay, and then here's the parkour challenge. Because every 3D action game has to have less than perfect platforming elements, right? But I think with many of these, you can just walk off. And it just gives you the right distance. I don't know about this one. Nope. That one you have to jump. Goodbye, Runark. Almost fell off again. I think I have to buffer a running jump here. Okay. Off that one. Regular jump. Oh man. Lame. I was kind of hoping I would nail this on the first try, but it is not to be. Really? Goodbye, runes. Off. So last time I bonked my head on that ledge. I'm trying to lay on that one. I guess I'll just do a running jump for it. Then I guess I have to do the running. Well, I guess I just hop off this way and okay, good. Go in there. Okay, got Inescapable Frenzy. Unfortunately, there's one more hint that we have to break down here, so I have to try not to get killed by this good old merchant. Come on. Come over here. You know you want to. No, that wasn't close enough. Come on. Note, Miquella's Needle. The Empyrean Miquella crafted a needle to resist the influence of outer gods. Those who have inherited the Flame of Frenzy, yet wish not to become its lord, would do well to seek Miquella's Needle. Huh. So there is a way to inherit Flame of Frenzy without dooming yourself to serving the Frenzied Flame. Supposedly. Now finally we've made it to the bottom. We'll drop down and... oh no, the floor crumbled. But it's fine. Who's this over here? Ayada.
So you're here as well, are you? I realized as we've talked, I'll be a maiden, and you, surely a lord. Go to the door ahead. After divesting yourself of your possessions, it will surely open, and the three fingers will welcome you. May the flame of chaos find purchase within you. I ask you one more time, please, seek not the frenzied flame. As one who strives to become a lord, deny not the lives, the new births of this world. Those who would are not fit to be called lord, when the land they preside over is lifeless. Please, put a stop to this madness. The Lord of Frenzied Flame is no lord at all, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
Okay, Melina, we'll listen to you for now, but do you have any other way to ignite the flame in the giant's, what's it called? No, I can't think of the word. The giant's forge, without burning yourself, because I don't want you to die either. I'm going to swap out, since I died, this doesn't cost me anything, I'm going to swap up Godric's Great Rune for Rykard's Great Rune now. I've talked about this before, but I really like Rykard's Rune for navigating the world of Elden Ring. I think it makes it way smoother. So we're going to switch to that. We don't really need the +5 to every stat from Godric's Rune anymore. It's still pretty helpful, especially with things like having more FP, but we'll give Rykard's a spin. Unfortunately, since I've lost almost all my runes, I'm sure I can't level up here.
For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambition.
I never discovered this secret passageway on my first playthrough. I didn't find out about it till I think I watched someone else play. There's this entire secret area you can access from the Frenzied Flame proscription area. I'm gonna not use my rune arc until I'm done with more of the platforming around here, but being able to use Torrent should make some of it a bit easier. You know, being able to double jump, although it also makes certain other things scarier. We're now in the Deeproot Depths, and this section is populated by a bunch of ants. Including a queen, which drops a Newman's urn for us. Nice little bounty of money. And rune arc. Not the center arc. Yeah, it's the left-hand one. I don't know why I remember that actually, because I'm sure that other times I've been there, I've like just rolled into 3 of them before figuring it out. Frenzied Burst can kill. I doubt it. Okay, well it can kill if I make it take a long fall. Only I had some kind of casting seal that scaled well with dexterity, potentially. Well, not well, but somewhat. And had a bonus to frenzied incantations. one down below. I don't know why I tried to jump. It was scary. Oops. Hey, Vol. You didn't see that. To go back down there just to get my runes. Yeah, not falling straight to its death after being hit actually seems surprising. It landed on the branch. What can you do? I probably could equip enough talismans to make this one shot, but I think Black Flame is stronger. I'm gonna try to snipe the ants. Nope. It is stronger, but not stronger enough. Alright, we're basically done with the scary parkour section now. Happily. I just have to get down here, and then down to this branch, root, whatever it is. And we're back to solid ground. So over here, at this waterfall, where you can see a coffin, this is where we would have arrived if we had we climbed into the coffin in the arena with the Valiant Gargoyles way back when we were in Schiefer Aqueduct. So that lets you access most of the Deeproot Depths, but it does not get you up to the top of those cliffs. that you can only access from the Frenzied Flame Proscription area. So you can't get that Newman's Rune and those other item pickups along the way down. But it's basically just money, because it's almost all the loot we just picked up was golden runes and the Newman's Rune. And it doesn't just climb one waterfall, it climbs two, because this waterfall's going down. I don't really understand the hydrodynamics of this whole area, considering, like, this is sloped downward, right? So the water should be flowing that way, but it's flowing that way. What a screw up. Someone at FromSoft should be fired for this. Also got another Erdtree avatar to fight. This one's not a boss. Thanks for checking in, Abbott. Ah, Golden Land. But that was easy enough. And now I'll go ahead and use my rune arc. So the Staff of the Avatar is I think it's slightly faith-based. Yeah, that's a strength faith colossal weapon. Not exactly in our wheelhouse. Scarab here that's actually guarded by a new kind of ant, the soldier ant, an armored head. So if you hit them in the face, it does almost no damage. You have to get around them. And they also try to slam their face into you. Yeah, exactly. It's Ant Pumpkinhead. Found some butterflies. Oops. That was almost lethal. We're gonna cross this giant gap via these branches here, and if we go the right way, we'll find another secret area. Specifically, if we drop onto this route, follow it up to this hole in the wall. Turns out this is the center of the ant colony. There's another queen here, and more regular ants. Thanks, Ankush. So that's another queen down, and then there's several more down here. As you can see, there's also a lot of ants on the ceiling. I don't know if it'll be productive to try to snipe them all or not. Maybe the best thing to do is go ahead and use my spells here. target that one on the ceiling? It's not. I have to free aim. Maybe I can hit it though. Oh, it fell down. Should be good enough. More runes, more rune arcs. Very nice. And we're through. So the other reward for coming through here, besides all the money you just got and the rune arcs, is Elden Stars. You know, the signature spell of the final boss. Unfortunately, it's not that strong in the hands of the player. So, it doesn't quite live up to its legendary status. Oh well. Why is that wing sticking out of the branch? Is there an ant stuck inside the geometry here? Creepy. Not even that good from the final boss now that you can horse around. That is true. Allowing you to use Torrent in that fight really nerfed the impact of Elden Stars, thankfully. Sweet. Was a one-shot kill now. Thankfully, Frenzied Burst doesn't build up madness nearly as fast as the Flame of Frenzy does. I can spam it without inflicting madness on myself. And the buff wore off. And that should be it for the ant colony area. Now we've... Well, this is the Deeproot Depths site of Grace. And then we're going to enter the another of the Lost Eternal Cities.
Should have died a true death. As the first of the demigods to die. As a martyr to destined death. But why must it yet bring such disgrace? A scion of the Golden Bow, sentenced to live in death. How could such a thing come to be?
Well, no prizes for guessing which demigod we're going to encounter in this area. They've made it pretty obvious. I do want to equip some rejuvenating boluses because we are going to fight some Deathblight enemies around here. And let's put on our Stormcaller Sword Spear. So that may be helpful. Get some of the enemies coming up. We'll see. Have we found the Elden Ring yet? It turns out the real Elden Ring is the friends we made along the way. It's another lovely basilisk zone. Wouldn't it be nice if Stormcaller could dissipate Deathblight clouds? Oops. Turns out Stormcaller is not the answer. Makes you stand still in the clouds too long. DS1 Basilisks are epic because their status insta kills you and also permanently cuts your health by half until you undo the curse. Wonderful. Sounds just perfect. What are you doing here? Alright, base game answer is giant DLC scorpions, which is worse. Honestly, I don't find the scorpions all that bad. Did they remove the curse mechanic in Elden Ring? As far as I know, yeah. Map time. I really wish you could use weapon skills on horseback, because being able to use Ancient Lightning Spear while riding Torrent would be amazing. I said this last time as well, I think, but it's still true. Vacuum Slice is the skill that we've seen the Valiant Gargoyles and Blacklight Kindred using. The vertical wave. I think it just does physical damage, normally. I think that's most of the basilisks we have to deal with. Maybe all of them. Rest at the Ant Cave was the only place you couldn't clear in the game? Obviously you didn't have the Flame of Frenzy. Look at the headless horse, isn't it cute? Come back here. Must kill you for like 20 runes or something. You like the area because it isn't overly long, doesn't have a lot of annoying gimmicks, looks straight out of a metal album. I wouldn't have placed the decaying tree look on a metal album, but I guess I could see it. I'm not going to rest at this site of grace yet. We'll come back here in a little bit because the boss arena is actually right there. But I'm going to clear some other stuff before we go in. It's sick that I have that much range. That was a weird perspective thing. I was looking at the end of this branch, like, you can't make the jump from here to that tower, can you? And no, of course not. Way too far. Alright, so we already came up here and looted a corpse here, but you can also drop off to the right onto this branch and then to this ledge. And that gets you to a hidden area. Some more loot to collect. Another soldier ant. I wonder if I can snipe it in one hit from here. Thanks. No problem. There's this hole over here we can drop down now. And that gets us down to this corpse. The sleeping rune bear. And we can totally cheese it by just staying on this ledge and casting spells at it. Otherwise, it's a pretty high level rune bear. Hard to kill. And we get the Prince of Death Assist. So that's the upgrade on the Prince of Death's plus jewel. It gives us even more Deathlight resistance. So you can equip that if we're really scared of basilisks. But now we can warp up to that ledge, the boss arena. Hey, Vocal Monk. What's gonna be... I'm gonna try the Sword Spear in the NPC fight. It's in my flask. Go to the Crimson Burst here. I'm gonna put in the Green Burst here. More stamina. This looks so gross. Cheese. Tasty. Well, that was Fia's Champions. I'd never used Stormcaller on them before, and I'm very happy to have done it. That worked great. So this is actually an alternate way into the capital. If you have 2 Great Runes, you can use this portal to get into Leyndell. Now we got here through Leyndell because we went to the sewers and then descended from there, but if we had taken the Valiant Gargoyle's coffin and then come here, this is a way we could theoretically get to Leyndell without ever going to Altus Plateau. You would just have to beat one of, or 2 of Godric and Rennala and Radahn for that, because the only other shard bearers you can reach require you to go to Altus. Suppose that's not true. You could also do Vare's quest online and then teleport to Bogue. But if you don't do it online, you have to go to Altus too.
Ah, there you are. I knew you would come. What is it you intend? To deny us and our ways, like the dogmatic brutes of the Golden Order?
So we can tell Pia we intend to kill her, in which case that just ends the conversation and we have to start it again. Or we can say, we're not one of the dogmatic brutes of the Golden Order, and we'd like to be held, quote, held again.
You are an odd one. I am the guardian of those who live in death. They call me a foul and rotten witch. Yet you still wish to be held by me? Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede. Godwyn's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold, but there is another Hallowbrand out there somewhere, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. When Godwyn died, a Hallowbrand scored his flesh, but another exists. Another mark in the shape of the half-wheel wound of the centipede, and I must find it before the time comes we
I think we know something about another
My hands will be dirtied once more. by
another
the
mark in the
dark.
shape of a
Will
centipede.
you still let me hold you, even then?
When we went and found Ranni's body, we recovered the
This
first mark of
is
death.
the other Hallowbrand. How did you? Oh, my utmost thanks. With this, Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead and claim a second, illustrious life. You are our true champion. And though I can't be of any use to you, can I hold you tight? If only for a moment.
Radiant Baldekin's Blessing. Unlike the regular Baldekin's Blessing, this doesn't affect you while it's in your inventory. It does just give you a sizable poise buff while you use it. You only get one in an entire playthrough from this interaction, and it is consumable, so it's one of those classic items that you'll never use because there's never... Like, any challenge in the game that's hard enough to consider using it, it's probably hard enough to kill you and make you waste it.
I will soon lay with Godwyn, and it will surely stir within me the new life of the Golden Prince, and first dead of the demigods, as the rune of those who live in death. Please,
I think it should have just been a tool,
do one thing for me.
reusable,
Brandish this child, my rune.
and some kind of cooldown, and I guess ideally with no
Stay
PvP
the
effect or something.
persecution of those who live in death by becoming our Elden Lord.
All right, so we have kneeled with Godwyn's faithful servant Fia one more time. This is Godwyn's corpse. Somehow, when he was killed in soul but not in body, and he was brought down below the Erd-tree to give him the tremendous honor of being buried right at the roots, he grew into this bizarre kind of merman creature. He's got a fish tail wrapped around his body there. And his head's all twisted around. So it seems like the yellow stuff cascading off the left side of this structure is supposed to be his golden hair. And then there's his arm and a giant bracelet that's grown with it. He's got fin-like things going into his arm. It seemed like his face has gotten all twisted around. Like, seemingly that little nub on the right is his mouth. And then you've got his eyes, and then his nose is migrated upward like he's a cetacean or something. The top of his head. It's really gross. And also there's flies swarming it. It's just absolutely disgusting. A+ design. Really gets across just how putrid this whole thing is. But also very strange. And I don't really know what to make of the fact that being... Because, like, Godwyn was not disfigured or otherwise unusual in any way. He was known for being like the most compassionate and kindest and greatest of the demigods. But somehow being killed in soul has not only let his body rot, but also transform into this bizarre creature. Anyway, to advance the quest, we need to rest one more time. We'll go ahead and do that at the Grace. Let me think. What weapon do I want to use for this boss? It's a dragon enemy who is unfortunately strongly resistant to lightning, but is weakest to pierce, like basically all the dragons. So I don't think the Bolt of Grand Sax is going to be that good because of its lightning damage component. We may be best off just with Cross Naginata on the main hand and our... and just like with Lanciax, we'll actually be getting the most use from our Herb Sword with Stormblade, because we can use that as a projectile and hit it in the face, which is otherwise hard to do. I'm also going to take the Bolt Break Talisman. Yeah, I think that's good enough for now. You just beat God of War Ragnarok for the second time, Marie. Congratulations, I have not beaten it at all.
This is goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one chosen for me, and I will bear a child who will inherit your warmth too. What greater blessing could there be but to be born a deathbed companion?
Now that we've done that, I'm going to use the regular Baldekin's Blessing to clear out the HP debuff. Is there a flying room, or is that the in-game SFX? That's the in-game sound effects. So good at dodging everyone. Literally haven't dodged anything. Okay. Your lightning powers that I can't dodge are no match for my gun. Now that we've entered the deathbed dream and killed a vision of Fortisax, or maybe that's actually Fortisax's soul, I don't know. We go over to Fia's corpse and receive her mending rune of the Death Prince. This unlocks the ending where we side with those who live in death and integrate undeath into the Golden Order, basically. I'm going to go ahead and work back to the round table hold. We'll turn in our remembrance. This is one of the few that it only gives you an option between 2 spells. I don't think we can use either of them because we don't have enough faith. But, yeah, there's your options. So you've got Fortisax's Lightning Spear and Death Lightning. This is one of the few spells that can inflict Death Blight. I think Lightning Spear is normally better. Doesn't really matter. I'm not going to use either of these, so I'll just buy this one.
Now go forth, little.
Back to the Prince of Death's throne. When having reset the area now after Fia's death,
Prince of Death, take a good look.
Devin is here.
See the wrath of the Golden Order, the Order's justice writ in.
He has stabbed her,
What's become of your
and now he's
precious
gloating.
witch? Naught but expired meat and bone. This is a proper death, O Prince. Look at this rotten whore. No more children can be got from this useless flesh. Behold, your mother is dead. This is revenge, you witch, and you ghoul.
Those who live in death faction feels incomplete without a proper death boss fight. I agree. There certainly was room to expand on what was going on with the skeleton people. And I do wish we had learned a bit more about Godwyn in the DLC, but alas, this is all we get as far as we know.
Rays of gold, deliver my spirit.
Unless Tarnished Edition comes with
Now I have
crazy new lore drops.
honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit.
I don't think there will be a direct sequel to Elden Ring. Just doesn't seem like the kind of game that supports that kind of thing. I mean, I guess you could think of the DLC, the Shadow of the Erdtree, as a kind of sequel. But I don't think there's any follow-on to You Became Elden Lord and reshape the world in your image. Okay, so when we rest again, Devin goes away, and we get back the twins armor set that we previously had, and we donated to him back in the Schiefer Aqueduct area, and we get the Inseparable Sword, which is mostly just a generic. Let's see if I can. Mostly just a generic greatsword with Sacred Blade, so it's nothing too special. But it does have the property that it permanently kills those who live in death, even if you don't have Sacred Blade active, which is kind of convenient. And it does do very good damage if you have the stats to wield it against things that live in death, like Deathrite birds. Should use my runes before I lose them. Level up again. We're still gunning for more decks. Is there anything else we really need? Guess we'll take that to 50. I believe it's with 18 more. We put a bunch into endurance and maybe faith at the end. Okay. 2 more points in decks. Think there will be a sequel? I feel like they will probably do something as some kind of successor. I just don't think it'll be a direct sequel that like really immediately follows on from what happened in this game. I actually do want to kill the basilisks over here because I'm going to go across. I just fall off. I did. And I have not practiced putting out fast enough. Okay, gotta keep that in mind. Ancient Lightning Spear is dangerous. Prince of Death staff is a it scales with intelligence and faith. At high levels, it is the strongest staff in the game, I believe. But it takes you have to get to like 72 or 73 intelligence and faith at the same time to be stronger than. Well, maybe it's a little bit lower than that to be stronger than. A 99 int Carian Regal Scepter, and then I think it's about like mid 70s for surpassing the Lusat staff. So the difference between 99 int and no faith and 70 plus of each is pretty substantial. So it takes a lot longer for the Prince of Death staff to really shine. But if you're already going with a mixed int and faith build for other reasons, it is going to be your best weapon once you get to pretty high levels of int and faith. Your best staff, anyway. I need to go down here, I think, because there should be an item down at the bottom of this route, and then I'll come up to the top. Did I already do it and just forget that I did? I think I did. Yep, I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing at all. Okay, now we go up to the top. And up to the corpse that's on that tower over there. And there's another one on the side. And we're back to solid ground. There's another rune bear in here. I'm going to fight this one a little bit more honestly than the last. And here we get another Somber 7. Here we get the Mausoleum Soldier Ashes. We can have some of these Mausoleum spirits ourselves. Since I have both the Serpent God's Curved Sword and Rykard's Great Rune active, I'm healing like 12% of my HP on every kill or something like that. It's pretty substantial. Another couple soldiers patrolling here, but more importantly, there's a knight shooting at me, so I'm going to go take that one out first. Also a basilisk, because of course there is. And Mausoleum Knights are immune to Deathblight. shot again. There's another archer on that tower over there. We'll deal with him later. Now, got the butterfly. You go out on this branch, root, whatever, and do this corpse. Scary. And next we got a campsite with even more mausoleum soldiers. Still shooting at me. You thought you could teleport behind me. No, you don't. Single jumping R2 killed 2 enemies. That's supposed to be something I should pick up here. Golden Runic. And we can also access this kind of hidden ledge with a Somber 7 again. Yes, I did use Stormcaller again. Learning lessons is for cowards. Remember when you had to do this terrible jump in Volcano Manor for early Somber 7? Now you just can't do that. They patched it. I feel... No, I think I'm of two minds about how upgrade materials should be placed, because on the one hand, if you're just trying to play through the game like a second time and you got a new weapon you want to try out, you just want to upgrade it and get going with it, it makes perfect sense that you would just want all the upgrade materials to be right there for you. Oh man, wasn't close enough. To be right there for you as soon as you like you just run around the world if you know all the places to go and just get everything charged up and plow through until you get to the interesting bosses. Oh man, I'm way back at this Grace. Because obviously, you know, early game stuff is not going to be that much of a challenge for you anymore. But it does feel like I also enjoy the progression, and I don't really like doing like, even though I know where to go to get a lot of stuff, I don't really like skipping ahead and getting some weapons supercharged super early, because then it does make all the early stuff really boring when it could be at least a little bit interesting still. But I don't know. Maybe I'm weird, but I always find that in a lot of ways, RPGs end up being most fun early on when your options are limited. And the period of the game when you have everything available to you and you're an unkillable god needs to be pretty short. Because otherwise that gets boring. Oh, okay, I knocked it down. Radon suffers most from the open world. That may be true. I think the one that feels like the least balanced is actually Morgott, because he's presented as this, you know, he is the final boss before the area that you're supposed to be going to for the entire game, and he just doesn't have enough HP. So if you actually come in with a really well-built character and like max weapon upgrades for that point in the game, then he just folds. But if you summon your NPC allies, he does become harder. One more boss here. Got another Crucible Knight. Let's see. Let's go with the Flamberge. It was honestly, it was astonishing fighting Morgott with my Dragon Communion build, because I literally just like walked in, used Frost Breath to inflict Frostbite, and then Rotten Breath, and then Rotten Breath again, and he died. Siluria's tree looks kind of fun. It's kind of like the Faith equivalent to the Bolt of Grandsax. Not quite as long range, but it has this big chargeable beam weapon. We find yet another Somber 7. They're handing them out like candy now. And we're back at the Nameless Eternal City Grace. So we've cleared the area, basically. All that's left is around the coffins over here. Human bone shards, smithing stone 4, verifying boluses, golden rune 9, golden rune 8, golden rune 8 again, nascent butterfly, another smithing stone 4, and over here we've got a ghost glovewort. And that's it. So, that's it for Deeproot Depths. We don't ever have to come back here, so yeah. Enjoy the ugly brown sky. There's some suggestion that the Nameless Eternal City is the one whose sky got eaten by Astel, as we'll find out later, because there are no stars here, unlike the other Eternal Cities. So be a bit surprising that Astel landed this close to the bird tree and then ate its sky and then went somewhere else under Liurnia, but maybe that's the case. Anyway, just like in Shufram Aqueduct, there's another coffin that you can use, and this time we are going to ride it. So we do get the coffin ride experience at some point in the game. Hooray! Do not ask questions about how this has happened or how we have survived. However it happened, we've arrived at the great Ainsel River. We've been down in the Ainsel River well before. That was down from this building north of the Carrying Study Hall. But this time we're able to reach the upper area. We couldn't go up this way because we were blocked by a waterfall. And we had no way to climb up to this ledge either. And once we got to the Dragonkin Soldier arena, we saw this giant skeleton on a giant throne and all these buildings around, but we couldn't get up. That's how we get there, or one of the ways. The other way is from taking the portal in Renna's Rise, which we did visit once it was finally unlocked. And I mentioned then that you could take the portal and continue Ranni's quest at that point. This gets you to essentially the exact same spot. Since we've been doing Ranni's quest, in this coffin we get miniature Ranni. A doll resembling Ranni the Witch. From head to toe, every detail is perfect. This unresponsive doll seems pleasantly cool. If we sit down at the Grace, we find that we can talk to our new doll, like an insane person. But nothing happens. And then we try again. And nothing happens. And then one more time.
Oh,
Third time's the charm.
dogged fellow, aren't we? Or is it merely thy habit to talk to dolls? Fine. Fine. I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me in this guise. But now the cat is out the bag. I cannot allow thee thy freedoms. Perform for me a service as recompense. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands. The name of Ranni the Witch is already sullied by thee. I will not brook disobedience in this matter.
Did you ever check out what the strange fellow Shabriri told you? We did find the chamber with the three fingers, but Melina insisted we not go there, so we're leaving it alone.
Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands.
But I did find out from this note that it is possible to inherit the frenzied flame and then use Miquella's needle to remove it. Oh. Maybe that's a possibility. In this zone, we get to refight our old friends, the Claymen. Also, returning from the Ul Palace ruins area, there's a malformed star over here. That's going to be our biggest threat, so we'll try to run that down first. Hello, game. I'm gonna lock onto the right thing. And there we get yet another Somber 7. Hooray. Well, I'm still considering it. I mean, I know Melina wants to sacrifice herself, but I really don't want her to die. And I'm not sure we're going to find another way besides embracing the three fingers, so we're considering it. For sure. I wonder why they put this Frenzied Miranda flower in here. There's not much else in this part of the game that really connects with the Flame of Frenzy, but here you go. Nice that the smaller Mirandas just explode once they're set on fire, so we didn't have to deal with those directly. We just happened to hit them with our AoE fire spell. But they're really scary if you try to hit them with a fire weapon in melee range. Alright, I think we've cleared this area. Now we get to fight some more ants. Yay! Here's a soldier ant. He's been distracted by our fire beam, and we got to sneak up on him. That was nice. 8 golden runes, 10. How much is that worth? 40,000 runes from that one corpse. Wow. Here's the upper way into the Uld Palace ruins that we could see on our map, but couldn't access. Haven't reached that corpse yet. Coming from this side, we can get on top of the ruins, above where the malformed star was. And there we can reach this chest, which contains the Wing of Astel. Extremely fun weapon. Very good. I mentioned before that I've also been doing a run with a Dex Ent character, and I really enjoyed using the Ring of Astel for that. do wish you could ride Torrent around here. It's a pretty expansive zone, and some areas that have a lot of dead space. You have a favorite weapon? I don't know. I think there's part of me that's still really partial to the Darkmoon Greatsword. That was my main weapon for the second half of my first ever playthrough. And it's really powerful and really useful, and it's a lot of fun to wield. Can I cheat and say the Dragon Communion seal and its Dragon Communion spells were also really fun? Oh, using the Great Stars on my strength character, that was also awesome. I hadn't used Great Hammers at all before, and it's really great how 2-charged R2s can stance break most bosses, and has tons of reach, lots of different ashes you can use on it. That was really cool. Game fakes you out by making the small chest, but not the giant chests openable for whatever reason. We find out in this area that the Nox have this have some affinity for the giant ants, and there's one over in the water that's riding one. And we also just looted one of their shields, which is an ant skull from one of those soldier ants. Lucky that these silver tears are weak to lightning, and they explode in lightning, so if you manage to kill one of them, they can kill the rest of the group. Sadly, not all of them actually will explode with lightning. These ones don't. Ghost Glovewort Picker's Bell Bearing. That lets us buy the 4, 5s, and 6s. We've gotten the Grave Glovewort version. So now we could upgrade any Spirit Ash to +6 at least. What do you think about DLC weapons? I obviously don't have as much experience with the DLC weapons, but I've really liked Milady. Milady might actually be my favorite greatsword, honestly. Overall, at least of the infusible ones. Just, the moveset's so smooth, and it's tons of fun. You could put grease on it and make it look like a lightsaber. Just very entertaining. Tried backhand blades for a bit. haven't loved them. They're interesting, but I don't know. Not as much as Milady. I haven't used the Great Katana too much. I found it a little bit too slow for my liking, but I'm thinking I'll probably try to use it a lot on this run once we finally get to it. Cordovas' greatsword is your favorite greatsword? That's fair. It's pretty cool. So glad it's a one-shot kill. You can hear something rolling at me. It's our favorite enemy in the whole game. Silver spheres. Look at him, he's so friendly. Need to loot it manually. Marveled here. Oh boy. I'm gonna try something funny. You can guard counter the spheres. I'm gonna craft some lightning grease for this. Could have also learned the electrify armament incantation at some point. I could use that. Maybe once I get my final spell slot, I'll put that on. This room has another sphere hanging in the ceiling, but before we get to fight it, we have to fight all these other silver tiers that drop down. Not much of a problem with Stormcaller. Although the explosions do hurt. The explosions even killed the silver tier for us. Nice. That went pretty smoothly. What do you know? It's another Somber Smithing Stone 7. That was easy. Mood of Noxtella gives you 2 additional spell slots. So I guess technically these do represent our 2 newest spell slots, but we're not going to use that. I don't think it's normally worth using one of your talisman slots to be able to carry 2 more spells. Maybe that would be a different story if it were easier to cycle through all your spells very quickly in this game, but it's 10 spells with the maximum spell slots is already a lot to manage. You never need all 10 slots. I disagree with that. Like if you're running a pure spellcaster, I think there's really probably like 4 or 5 spells that you'd use regularly, but there's also like plenty of times where you want some other utility spells or like specialized things to wield. And if you're not a spellcaster, you could still easily use like 4 slots on not primarily a spellcaster. You could still easily use like 4 slots just on buff spells like what I'm doing, and then just have a random assortment of other ones. Like I have heal and then catch flame for melee range, flame frenzy for AoE, frenzied burst for sniping, black flame if I want a ranged attack with a little bit more damage individually. So I'm filling up my spell slots with stuff that I think is useful, and I'm able to manage that, but I'm not primarily using my spells for combat. It does tend to be better to put your most common spells on your first few slots because you can hold down up on the D-pad to reset back to the first slot quickly. That's the only real hotkey that you can use. Honestly, you should be able to put spells on your pouch slots so you could use like Y and directions to instantly cast certain spells. That would be nice. These snails spit poison. Gross. Elden Ring isn't a hard game. The learning curve is just high because little is explained to you. I don't know. I feel like it's a hard game in the same way that like Conquest is a hard game. And that like if you understand how the mechanics work and you're like used to how you're supposed to fight things, then no, it's not very challenging and you have lots of freedom to do whatever you want and just mess around. I think it's a mark of a well-designed game, actually. But I think it is extremely challenging until you get to that point. And like, I mean, I think basically everything you fight in the DLC is very threatening, even though you're bound to be have a complete build and be ready and know how the game works by then normally. Just because it punishes mistakes really strongly. Oh. Blocked by a rock. Yeah, range is not quite that long. Ghost Glovewort 9, I believe, is the last ingredient we would need to raise a Renowned Spirit Ash all the way to level 10 now. Hey look, here's our view of that same giant throne where we fought the Dragonkin soldier. This time from above. Good game design is getting every upgrade material from Mimicked here by doing Ranni's quest. So true. You need a great ghost level board. We've had that for ages. I think we got our first one in Nockrong. seen a scarab run straight at me before. That was weird. There's a pair of soldier ants over here. They're not guarding anything, so there's really no reason to fight them. They're just kind of hanging out. We'll leave them be. We got other fish to fry, so to speak. That's it for the this city of Noxtella area, really. This elevator takes us down to the bottom of the waterfall that was behind that giant throne. Oh, here's another Ghost 9, just in case we missed the last one.
Let us speak of the past a while. I was once an Imperial of the demigods. Only I, Nicola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers. As a candidate...
Another great advice, don't bother trying to kill everything. Oh, for sure. Like, if you just want to make progress, you don't need to kill stuff. I just like doing it a lot of times because I like using my character and, you know, playing the game. But yeah, there's no need to be super thorough. I sometimes kind of wondered what the route would be like if you wanted to pick up all the meaningful items in the game, like all the armor and weapons and spells and things. But you didn't need, like, the lesser versions of various talismans or, like, just consumables and stuff. Like, what dungeons you would skip and what would be the most efficient way to go all the way around the world and get everything.
Even when I turned my back on the two fingers, Blythe remained my loyal ally. Though he was created a vassal for Imperium, he was a colossal failure on the part of the two fingers, Blythe and E.G. both. Art willing to give too much to me, yet they both understand what lieth beyond the dark path, that I must betray everything and rid the world of what came before. Now, should I add thee to the list? Another one, kind of heart. As kind of heart as they. This form hath loosened my tongue. I've let slip too much.
So I just talked to Ranni for the third time here. The first one we actually could have had that conversation at the first race in Noxtella. I just forgot to sit down and talk to her. Oops. Are we kind of heart? I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, we try to help a lot of people, but also we just murder an awful lot of folks on a whim, or because someone told us to. Maybe that's not the mark of a good person. How come Mickey and Melania didn't get their own shadow doggies? I don't know. Maybe they did and we just never meet them.
the last. Tell the two fingers that Ranni the witch cometh, rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, beautifully fought. My
Sorry I cut you off, Ranni.
'Twas more of a challenge than I envisioned.
It was?
Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and Iji I love them.
Discarded Palace Key. Opens a treasure chest passed down to Carian princesses. It is said to be found in the Grand Library of Raya Lucaria with her mother Ranni. Oh hey, we've been there. We can swing by whenever we want. And here we are at the Lake of Rot. Everyone's favorite zone. Let's level up. One more dex, and then I think we'll take... I think we're going to get our last 10 points of vigor last, from level 140 to 150. So go from 50 to 60 then. In the meantime, yeah, we'll go for more endurance, and then we might raise our faith to 30, just so we could use one last interesting buff spell, and then 60 vigor. Other things to do. I'm going to put on Flame Cleanse Me as my top spell. Mixed Physic. We'll put on... have it? Yeah, the Speckled Hardtear, which makes it makes my Physic instantly heal all status and raise our resistance after. Like it actually raises resistances first, which works nicely with the way the mechanics go. I guess I'll show that in a second. Then we're going to equip our maximum immunity set, which happens to be the mushroom set. It looks ridiculous, but this will help us resist the rot the most. What a look. I want... oh, I forgot I had the Bolt Victor Talisman on this whole time. I want the... Immunizing Horn Charm. And the Model Necklace +1. Just for fun, we'll craft some immunizing cured meat as well. Alright, yeah, immunizing white cured meat, rather, for more immunity. The white cured meat lasts longer, but has a lesser effect. Just in case, preserving boluses. And rejuvenating boluses. And... Beast Repellent Torch. Alright, we are all decked out. I'm gonna run around in the rot for a bit to try to collect some of the extra items you can grab, like these Ionian butterflies. They're very far from necessary, but you know, we're being thorough. Realized I had Flame Grant Me Strength set and not Flame Cleanse Me. as Chad has been saying, yes, it is also possible to just run straight across the Lake of Rot, and if you have enough red flasks on hand, you can just chug them and make your way over and get to the grace on the far side and be fine. So it's really not that bad. If you do want to go grab everything, though, you do probably need a way of consistently clearing your rot. Also, one interesting thing is that the version of rot that you get when you stand in the Lake of Rot is really strong, kills you pretty fast. But if you almost max out your rot bar and you roll in the rotten water here and then go out on dry land and let the fact that like the mechanic where the poison or rot sticks to your body for a few seconds after you roll into it, if you let that build up the rest of the meter and inflict rot that way, that gets you the regular version of Scarlet Rot, which kills you a lot more slowly. Alright, so to maximize our immunity for this segment, first off, we're going to go south-southeast. There's a single ancestral follower running around on Lake of Rot right over there. There's some indication, supposedly in the files, that this was meant to have more ancestral followers at some point, but they decided to keep this one because it drops an item for you. Use my flask now. Drops an immunizing horn charm, which is the upgraded version of that talisman we just equipped. Now we have even more immunity. Switch to my beast repellent torch so the basilisks don't come after me. Something I could have done against the basilisks earlier. Oh well. A couple of butterflies. Say hi to the basilisks that pops out there. Now we run toward this ruin. Hello, friend. It has another Somber 7. And finally, if we run across out this way, we can find a couple more butterflies. Over here. That's all for the northeastern part of the lake. Now we get to do the main crossing. If we run out to this little island, we can press the switch here to raise a platform out of the lake that we can then run across. Over here is the another obelisk with a switch in front of it. This one raises us up with it. So now we can get to this higher level in these ruins. An Alabaster Lord spawns in. We shouldn't have any problem with this because, I say, and then get stabbed. As long as we hit it once. But their poise is really bad. Yeah. That one drops the Alabaster Lord sword, which is a really cool weapon. It's a strength int weapon. It's a great sword. But weirdly, and this was probably a mistake, the stamina drain on its heavy attacks is really, really low, which means you can spam them all the time and pretty much never run out of stamina. And it does good damage too. This part of the lake has a ton of Aeonian butterflies, so if you do want to craft anything that requires these, it's a good spot to get a lot of them. Sadly, they don't respawn, so, you know, do one shot to get like a dozen of them all in one go. How many of the Dark Souls games have you played? Just this one. Genie says, the Lake of Rot is a really fun place to explore. So true, bestie. Alright, the Mushroom Crown is an upgrade on the Mushroom Head. Not only does it have more immunity, it gives you a buff when poison or rot occurs in the vicinity. So this is like the white mask, but for poison or rot instead of bleed. Now we look even goofier. Nice. I didn't mean to jump on you, Mr. Basilisk. Alright, as we can see over there, there is another Dragonkin soldier. Unfortunately. Are any interested in going back and playing the older games like Dark Souls 1? Maybe. Yeah, I have a lot of things in my backlog, so probably wouldn't jump on it anytime soon, but it could be cool. Alright. For the Dragonkin Soldier. I guess we'll stick with the Sword Spear. That seems fine. With... King's Boon, Golden Vow. If I do get rotted, I'll get a buff from it, so that's nice. But I'm dying really quick. Oops. Didn't manage to heal. That's sad. Luckily there's a Stake America, so I don't have to go all the way back. Let's try that again. Flasks, Blessing Boon, Golden Vow, Blood Flame Blade, can grant me strength. Use this. I suppose there's no reason for me to two-hand while I'm using my weapon skill, so I might as well just have my spell ready. The Dragon Scale Blade is pretty cool. I actually really want to try that, so I'm gonna upgrade that fairly soon, I think. It's a dex weapon. Like, it's the dex version of the Dragon Halberd. It's got a unique, like, Ice Lightning buff that it can apply to itself. It's katana. So I won't quite use it yet because I don't think it's all that important for the next couple things we're going to fight, but we're going to fight a dragon boss pretty soon, and that could be nice then. Alright, so one thing we haven't done in the Lake of Rot is we have not checked out these corpses just lying out in the middle of the water there. There are no platforms to get close to these. You just have to run for them. So we're going to do our technique for getting maximum immunity going. Use the white cured meat. Then when I'm about to get rotted, I'll use my Flask of Physic to both clear that and increase my immunity even more. And then we'll just keep spamming Flame Cleanse Me as we run around here. So those two are pretty easy to get to, but if you want a lot more butterflies, you can find them over at the western perimeter. Must be a very long series. So this is my, what, 11th stream, and each of them has been about 5 or 6 hours on average. I think. Somewhere around there. Probably gonna do... gonna guess 8 or 9 more from here. I think we're over halfway done, but there's a lot of meat left on this bone. But yeah, I'm trying to be a completionist about it. Not what I would recommend for a normal playthrough, but like I said, I think it's fun to actually, you know, go see everything there is to see in the game and fight most of the enemies on the way, even though that's very far from necessary and in fact makes things a lot harder a lot of the time. Thanks, the Miss NC fan. I appreciate it. Kind of you to say. Here's our prize at the end. We get preserving boluses so we can clear our rot. That's the tech if all you've done is charge across here chugging your flasks the entire way. You run to this corpse and you get 1 bolus that you can use to clear it before you die. Your gamer OCD forces you to collect everything even though you use almost none of it. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much the same way. When I was thinking about what build I wanted to use for this run, I did put some serious thought into starting with Samurai instead of Prophet for my Dex build, and not investing in any spellcasting stats at all, so that I would be more forced to use the consumable and craftable items for buffs and things. But I also really like the idea of using Blood Flame Blade to enhance my Dex build, and that made more sense as a Prophet. Alright, we've made it. There's nothing else in the lake now. We've done everything. So I'll take out the Speckled Hardtear. Put my armor back. Maybe we'll change up the look again. Let's see. Gotta have our blindfold, of course. Any other items we want? We did get the Crucible set. We've already had a version of it, though. We go with... we can bring back the chitin armor for a sec. Don't need that. Take the Winged Sword insignia and... okay, I'll take the Dragon Crest Shield Talisman. And the Winged Sword. I don't need that anymore. Probably don't need Preserving Boluses. Rejuvenating Boluses. Alright. Do I want to use a fire weapon? Yeah, I'll stick with my sword spear. Oh yeah, also spin my runes. Samurai is an amazing class and worth it if you want to use bow right off the bat. That's true. It's really great. It has really great equipment to start with. In my opinion, if you're just concerned about like in-game stat optimization, it always ends up being like 1 point off from being the best, which is slightly disappointing, but it's an incredible start and very powerful. especially for speedrun purposes. Level up, more endurance. Yes, I'm going to fight the optional boss down below. I haven't re-upped my rune arc. I'm not planning to. I think I'll save that till after I fight the next major boss, because all it'll get me is a bit of extra healing against a handful of enemies down here. This has not gone perfectly. Should just snipe this guy. Ender to Rot sound design is so peak. It's pretty good. I mean, it's horrifying. I don't love it, but for what it's trying to do, yeah, it's pretty great. Got our buffs ready. Need to run in here to summon another ulcerated tree spirit. Tree spirit. This one has rot, so I want to be careful about that. But I do have flame cleansing available, luckily. Oh, it got me. That's not good. Luckily, I was at full HP, basically. Second explosion is uncool. We got it. Okay, not too bad. And our prize is a worthless golden seed because we've already maxed out our flasks. Hooray! Shouldn't need flame cleansing anymore, so I'm going to put Great Heal back on. And honestly, for the next boss at least, can't bleed, so let's put on... Where is it? Electrify Armament, where are you? There you are. Smithing 7 is the real prize. It's nice to have. Damn, it takes so many. Upgrade smithing weapons. Kinder to Rot never knew what hit him. Here's our third Ghost 9. I've never used the Scorpion Stinger. It inflicts rot, right? Yeah. The idea of using a dagger has never really appealed to me. The range is just so bad. And unlike certain fist weapons, they don't have... they don't have a lot of stance damage. Unlike claws, they don't have bleed automatically. Just don't see the appeal, really. Okay, so we can walk into this rot stream, and because we're stupid, we can rest in yet another coffin and go off the edge. You know, maybe the coat with the fur was not the wisest choice of apparel for the rot area. I mean, we had the mushroom set for most of it. That would get really funky. Imagine the smells. Ugh. Not even sure it's really worth bothering if Flame grant me strength, considering it'll last for 30 seconds and I'm going to spend like half of that just running to the boss. But, whatever. Really need to practice that to know the timing. Missed it again. Ouch. Meteor attack. But I got under it. That's nice. And I'm dead? No, I'm not dead. I have sucked so far at this boss fight. The power of bigger kids. I am not succeeding at playing this well at all. dodged it that time. And we're through. I really like Astel as a boss, actually. I just think it's such a cool design and a cool arena. So freaky. The Remembrance says it was a malformed star born in a lightless void far away that once destroyed an eternal city and took away their sky. So that's why it seems like it's probably the Lost Eternal City, or the Nameless Eternal City. Or we just encountered Godwin. So we got a grace here. There's also this seal on the path, which will tell us that, as the Karian symbol on it, it says you cannot proceed without a ring of oath. So in order for us to go any further, we do have to go check out that chest in the Grand Library of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Before we do that, I'm going to swing by the Round Table Hold again. And get our prize. Either the Bastard Stars, which is another fun Dex weapon that I've been trying out before, or the Ash of War, Waves of Darkness. This is only really usable on large weapons. Creates a shockwave, or series of shockwaves on the ground. Probably won't use either. I'm just going to buy the weapon. Have it in my collection. Our other task here is talking to Hugh.
Well, I took you know how to lay out your arms.
I would like to upgrade my new katana that I got in the Lake of Ra. Not you. You. Dragon Scale Blade. +1, +2, +3, +4, +5, 6, 7, +8. And we'll use our second Somber 9 on it as well. So this should be a really good anti-dragon weapon. Assuming we can, avoid attacks and get the enemies in the head. Now, in practice, we may actually still be better off shooting dragons with the Serpent God's Curse Sword using Stormblade, but we'll see. Hey, Mads. Pretty cool looking weapon, too.
Back already. No matter.
Anything else we want to upgrade? We've already gotten all our generic weapons up to +18. Check the Stormhawk Axe. +8. Our collection of Dex-based somber weapons is growing. Finally. Got a pair of ice weapons if we want to use those. Right, well, that seems good enough for now.
Greetings, are you here for spirit?
We can upgrade one of our special ashes to +10. I think Mimic Tier is pretty clearly the strongest one overall. I don't really intend to use this, probably, but let's try the Dung Eater. And also the Mimic Tier. All right, so next phase, you can see Astel's arena on the map. We'll go here and we'll go through that sea. Oh wait, I have to go to the library first. Forgot. Briar Lucaria Grand Library. Dark Moon Ring. Ring depicting a leaden full moon, symbolic of a cold oath. The ring is supposed to be given by Lunar Princess Ranni to her consort. Ranni is an Empyrean, meaning her consort would by rights earn the title of Lord. A warning is engraved within. Whoever thou mayest be, take not the ring from this place. Solitude beyond the night is better mine alone. Well, I'm taking it. The next boss, I'm going to equip the Magic Resistance Talisman. And honestly, I probably should learn the Magic Resistance body buff instead of using Flame Grant Me Strength too. Welcome to Moonlight Altar. Do that memorize spell, and we'll swap out this for Barrier of Gold. What's in my flask? It's our friend Adula. We fought over at the Three Sisters when we were first working on Ranni's quest. That was pretty sick. She's worth a ton of runes too. 120,000 at base, so we get 187,200. 3 Dragon Hearts for that, and Adula's Moonblade. Really cool spell. Obviously, we're not using it. We're not an end character. But that's like an upgrade of the, what's it called? Carrion Greatsword? Great Blade something spell? That has a wave of frost built into it and longer reach. I used to really struggle with those Drake fights, but now I find them all... I mean, I find them pretty fun, honestly. Certainly more so than the Ancient Dragon fights. go ahead and use my rune arc now. Drip check? I would say it's pretty drippy right now. We got the blindfold, the chitin armor, the gauntlets, and the bulgo greaves. Two fingers slain by the Finger Slayer blade. And here's Ranni's puppet. Hey, you got me, Mads. God, I wish playing on online mode didn't make, with easy anti-cheat active, didn't cost me like half my frame rate for some stupid reason, because I would love to see some of the stupid messages that people put down. I think we just proposed. Ranni appears. You can just attack her right now, and she will get angry at you and disappear. I don't know if there's a way to resolve that. Like, I actually don't know if you can use Celestial Dew to repair that and come back here. Since I don't know for sure, I'm not about to try it right now.
So it was thee who would become my lord.
I think that's the only time in the whole game where
I am pleased, however.
you are physically capable of attacking Ranni.
I go now to
I don't think you...
sky.
I think her tower is a non-combat zone, if I remember correctly.
I bid thee travel the path of the Lord, and once all is done, we shall see each other once more.
Here's our grand prize. The Dark Moon Greatsword. One of the greatest weapons in the game. Absolutely not something we're using on our 7-int character in this run. But it is an amazing sword. Now we can run out this tunnel and emerge outside. Hello, bear. Goodbye. This area is filled with Wraith Callers and Revenants. Luckily, we do have the ability to use a healing spell, which should make them a lot easier to deal with. Well, shockingly, it doesn't one-shot the Wraith Callers up here because they have that much HP. There's the maxed out Cerulean Amber Medallion. I wonder why the Revenants up here drop Ghost Levort 2s of all things. This is like an in-game area. Resmithing 8s, that's a nice prize. Amusing how long Ranni's quest is. You go on quite a long journey with this one. I think that's what makes it most satisfying, though, right? You meet her, like, the church right outside the start of the game. And check in with her and cross all kinds of strange territories. It's pretty cool. I wonder how people find these random hidden floor rooms. Do they just roll everywhere just in case? If you know what you're looking for, they are kind of conspicuous. Like the textures look different than the rest of the floors. I'm not gonna bother fighting that. But yeah, I mean, there are people who really do, in the first couple weeks after release, just run around trying to find hidden walls everywhere. Parents. And by interacting with the statue, I'll activate a mini quest here. This hasn't really come up before, but all the rise puzzles that require you to find turtle spirits actually require you to do it all in one go without resetting the area. And in particular, you can't warp somewhere else after like hitting one of the turtles and retain your progress, which isn't a problem for anywhere else because they're all right by the tower. But here on the Moonlight Altar, the 3 turtle spirits you have to find are spread out all the way across the plateau. So you have to, without warping anywhere, you have to ride across and go find them without dying. First one that we're going to go to is right back the way we came. Suppose I should have gotten the one by the tower too. We'll come back to that. The little hint you get is that there's a whole bunch of turtles by this ledge. Here's number 1. And now we go all the way back to the tower. Realize I should have changed spells. Got Barrier of Gold. Probably. It'll still be useful for the next mini-boss. Do not rest. Over the cliffside. Here's our next target. Go turtles. And then the third one's going to be up to the north. Now, I'm going to be slightly greedy about this. I'm going to go fight a mini-boss on the way to the last turtle, and I really hope I don't die, because then I'll have to do this again. These gazebos up here, and they're guarded by one last red wolf. Be a very scary foe. Just because this is such an open space, and it can just run away from you all the time, spam its glint blade spells, just be a nuisance. I'm so sad that missed. Okay, honestly, that wasn't that bad. Now I want a strike weapon. Oh yeah, other gazebo over here. So we get a bunch of 7 and 8 smithing stones. That's pretty cool. We're getting really close to being able to upgrade something to at least plus 24. And we actually got our flasks refilled. So there is a red scarab here in case we needed it, but I'm going to leave that alone for now, and then we're going to fight some crystallians, and if I need some healing after that, then we'll come back to it. Going to the Deeprealms. It's too late. Haven't you been watching the run? I've been to several Deeprealms already. Besides, we're out of it already. Okay, well that was a success. Not bad. This is fun. There's another turtle flying around in the sky, spread eagle. So the way you get to that one is you have to use this spirit spring and try to jump on it. Or just hit it. And finally, so we've unlocked the rise, so the puzzle's all over. We don't have to worry about dying anymore. I'm going to prepare for our next boss. Thanks for using a variety of weapon. You get to show off how so many fights are made easy by switching weapon type. That's one of the things I've actually really enjoyed about this run in particular. I think in my previous 2 playthroughs, I had focused over much on like just getting 1 or 2 weapons and using them for everything, but it really is cool how like there are certain weapon types, like flails in particular. That's been the real revelation for me. Like they're really nice on horseback and really nice on strike weak enemies that have long openings because you can just dominate them with spinning chain. Yeah, they're kind of rough weapons to use normally, but who cares about that? Unfortunately, I have used my flask. I probably should have saved that and not used it for the Red Wolf, but whatever. You know what? Since I don't have an appropriate body buff, do I have any... I do have 1 boiled crab. Send it. This boss is a Black Knife Assassin. It's the ringleader of them all. So Alecto is the strongest one. She has some destined death attacks, which are kind of scary, and I'm also just screwing up. My hits here. I really got messed up by not taking my Impaling Thrust right at the beginning. But, okay, only has 80 stance, so we can use the classic Impaling Thrust R2 Impaling Thrust combo, which is nice. I'm out of mana, I should fix that. She's really tanky. If I lived. Is that my last flask? Probably. Oh, why'd she dodge that? It was a good try. Do I have my Spelldrake Talisman equipped too? I should have swapped that for physical resistance. Well, I got my flask back. I do. That one. We don't need this. Wish I had the Shard of Alexander. Take the Dagger Talisman, sure. Did you know running away from the spawn point also gets the prisoned enemy to spawn in? I did not know that. Also, she's stuck. If this breaks Electo's AI, I'm gonna die laughing. That doesn't. Ow. Really? I swear I dodged that one. Great Shield works well. You might be right. Man, I felt really good about that fight starting out. But I whiffed that that charged R2 when she was getting up, like the second time after the crit, and it just totally threw off my rhythm. So all I really need is like Impaling Thrust, tap R2, Impaling Thrust, Stance Break, charged R2, Impaling Thrust, tap R2, Stance Break again, and just like put her in the spin cycle that way. But yeah, it hasn't worked so far. I think this time should go better, because I'm actually setting up on time. Shame that missed. Reset. Got her with the trailing into the R2 there, so that's a stand break. Okay, Okay, going well. One more round of this, and we'll be through it. Here we go. Okay, now we can go back to the rise at Altar South and pick up our prize from there. We also did just get Black Knife Tish, another great legendary Spirit Ash. The daughter of the Black Knife Ringleader, Electo. She was killed protecting her mother during their flight from the royal capital after they slew Godwyn the Golden. Neat. Chilona's Rise. That's probably like the Greek for turtle or something. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Elden Ring would be cool as a tactical RPG. Imagine the classes. You know, they could do that. I could see it happening. So we get another legendary spell, Ranni's Dark Moon. It's Renala's Moon, but requires 2 less int and has I think it does less raw damage, but it has huge frostbite buildup component to it. Very good spell. Especially for like softening up tanky bosses at the start of a fight. But obviously, again, not something we're using. We're just gonna level up, get another point into endurance, and then like I said, I think it's okay. Endurance to 29, then we'll take faith to 30, and then we'll take vigor to 60, and that should be thing. Oh, and I changed my spells. Memorize spell. Don't need Barrier of Gold. Well, actually, you know, it'd still be useful because these dragons are mage dragons. One last set of fights to do in this area is with the 3 glintstone dragons over this way. I don't think I've ever been hit by the head on the spin around attack before. One down, not bad. What's your favorite area in the game? I think... I'm gonna go off looks. I think it's the Cerulean Coast. I like the flowers. It's really neat. That does almost nothing with Barrier of Gold. Two down, one to go. This last one is not sleeping. Did you fall all the way down there? That's obnoxious. I have to go get it now? Alright, well I will come back to you. We'll go clear out the ruins over here, and then we'll go kill that last dragon. Should be the last thing in the ruins. And I wonder if maybe the dragon will have come back by now. Or if we actually do have to go ride down and find it down there. Yay! there. Ah! Jerk. Watch, I'm going to ride down there, and then when I get down, it's going to teleport back up. Yep. Yep, there it is. What a devious fellow. Okay, let's do the song and dance one more time. Maybe if I approach from behind, it won't fly up backwards. Was slightly wishful thinking. But I think we should be in good shape now. Counter stance break and dragon kill. Hooray! Finally. Now that should be everything in the Moonlight Altar area. So just to wrap up Ranni's quest, and go back to Ranni's chamber. Talk to miniature Ranni here.
I take it thou hast noticed. I shouldn't be surprised. I thought I might expound a little further upon the order I envision. Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night. I would keep them far from the earth beneath our feet. As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together. But I would have them at a great remove, and have the certainties of sight, emotion, faith, and touch all become impossibilities, which is why I would abandon this soil with mine order. Wouldst thou come to me?
This is like famously a case where the translation confuses the meaning of Ranni's speech here, but I think specifically it should have said like removing the certainties of sight and touch and everything with respect to interacting with deities. Like she's going to take her divine presence so far away from the world that there will be no divine influence on anyone living in the lands between anymore. People will be left to their own devices. But it sounds like she's saying, I'm going to remove the ability of anyone to sense anything, which is not what she means.
Mine will be an order, and I would. Wouldst thou come?
Should level up. Now, sadly, outside we can hear Blythe ranting and raving. He has been driven insane by the compulsion from the two fingers for him to kill Ranni, although he's resisted it and has not turned on her. So you can hear him ranting about how he can't betray Ranni, he's part of her very being, and he has slain at least a couple of Black Knives who were seemingly sent to kill Ranni here at her rise. Fortunately, there's nothing for it, but we go for the backstab. And kill our poor friend. Sorry, Blythe. At least we get your cool armor. And your sword. Good check. Looking pretty good. Now we have to tell EG the news.
Greetings, my fellow. How can I help? Unthinkable. How could Blythe? How did he break free from his cell?
I may have let him out.
More importantly, Blythe became a curse that plagued Lady Ranni. Yet even in madness, gave himself to her. I've made a grave misjudgment. And I thought myself a capable war counselor. I'll catch up with you soon enough, Blythe. When I do, I only hope you'll accept my apology.
Well, let's spend some of our materials and upgrade one of our weapons to plus 23. And already got the sword spear to 21, cross knocking out to 23. I think the flamberge is an appropriate choice for the next upgrade priority. As soon as we rest at the Grace, we will find that EG2 has been attacked by Black Knife assassins. And like Blythe, he has fought them off. One dead here, one here, one here. But he has succumbed to his wounds with the Black Flame. So we get his sweet helmet. Really heavy. So I honestly don't like the mirror helm look at all, but it's our prize, and his bell bearing. Rest in peace, Blythe and EG. Not you, Celavus. We have helped Ranni slay her two fingers, and we prepared the way for her new order, so your deaths have not been in vain. Let's do another errand real quick. Let me check in with Gostock over at Stormvale Castle.
I can I?
Once I do that, he should move. What's the implication of the Black Knives plan is from the start? Are they just anti-Empyrean through and through? So, Ranni, teamed up with them to get them to assassinate Godwyn.
I can I?
But they weren't actually working towards the same purposes. Like, they did not intend for Ranni to do what she did and split the death so that she dies in body and Godwyn dies in soul. So, like, she arranged to give them more power by giving them access to the Rune of Death and imbuing their blades with it. But from their perspective, she tricked them, and they are not on good terms with each other. The Black Knife Assassins are Newman like Marika, so there's some suggestion that they were like Marika's agents, or like, it's a little bit weird because they do willingly try to assassinate Godwyn, who is Marika's favorite, and Marika doesn't really despair and like try to shatter the Elden Ring until after Godwyn dies. So I'm not sure, like, if the implication is that, because I don't think there's any indication that they served Marika and they served the Two Fingers. I don't know if there was some other reason that we don't really know about, that like the Two Fingers wanted Godwyn dead, and that Marika wasn't aware of either. It's a bit strange. And then, yeah, it's true, Wissenschaft. Like, the story we know is that Marika decided to shatter the Elden Ring after the Night of the Black Knives, but it may be that she had wanted to rebel against the Golden Order, the Greater Will, long before that, and really worked through Ranni to like steal a piece of the Rune of Death and like try to use that to kill maybe herself. I don't know. Maybe that was Marika's plan originally. It was just, I want to free the Rune of Death and use it to kill myself. And then maybe that she did not intend that Godwyn would be the one to be assassinated. I don't know.
You, is it? Haven't seen your mug in quite. As you can see, I'm the new lady's attendant. Freedom was worth squat. Besides, I like it round here. Lady Nepheli still fair of heart and countenance.
It's been some time. I must thank you for your aid. I told Father I would be with him no longer. I remembered the vow I took when I first became a warrior, so many moons ago. This land is much like the one from which I hail. I will call upon the storm to drive away the foulness that has settled on the winds. Again, I am Nepheli Lu, warrior. Some call me by the title of Lady, but I remain the same woman underneath, though I have now abandoned my former guidance. I cannot express how much you've helped me.
We get an Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone, which I believe is our first of the max rank smithing stones that we've acquired. Unfortunately, we don't have enough regular smithing stones to raise anything to plus 24, so we can't go to plus 25 with that just yet.
Farewell, fellow warrior. I will remain to summon the storm, but your guidance and your fight surely lie elsewhere.
Ah, nice to see you after so long. Safe and sound, I take it, yes? Good. Ah, quite. I have indeed selected a new ruler. Lady Nepheli is strong and just, worthy of the burden of Limgrave's lineage. Such is the sincere opinion of I, Kenneth Height, no less. For the time being, I share command of the castle with my lady, but I plan on returning to my fort afterwards, at which time I can fulfill...
So Kenneth has chosen Lady Nepheli to be the heir of Stormvale, which is... He's not aware of this, really, but it makes a lot of sense because she is a descendant of Horalu. She's an heir of Godfrey herself, but presumably through a different line than the Golden Lineage. I've said this before on stream, but it's one of the biggest disappointments in this game that this event, like installing a new ruler in Stormvale, has absolutely no effect on anything outside of this room. I would feel so much more rewarding and so much more powerful to me if there were some visible impact about like finding a good ruler of Stormvale. Even if it was just like some of the enemies in the castle were replaced with friendlies who would fight alongside you, and maybe have a few friendly patrols around the roads of Limgrave that would help fight other creatures and enemies. That would be really cool. And it wouldn't be like, I mean, this happened so late in the game that it wouldn't really matter in terms of the game balance. So I think it's a bit of a shame that they missed that opportunity. I do want to buy that other Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone from Gostock, so I'm going to burn the Golden Rune to get to 20,000. Now that we've done this questline and made Nepheli the ruler, we get a second Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone from Gostock. Next up is back to Murkwater Cave of all places. That's where we originally found Patches. We've done his entire quest line all the way down to meeting him at the Shaded Castle. So we're going to come back here and check in on his old digs one last time. Yes, the Nepheli quest was only completed on a patch, I believe. That's right. There's a boss fog in this room again. And the chest is closed. We get 3 glass shards. Joy.
You just help yourself to a man's personal belongings? You scheming little thief. The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin. All of it.
Patches, it's me.
Wait. Don't tell me. Is that you?
Yep.
Oh, Christ. Please, wait. I surrender. I surrender. I swear.
Feels so pointless to install a new ruler because what is there to govern? I mean, that's another problem, but like there clearly is a group of people who haven't lost their minds and can still cooperate with each other. You could just, you know, populate the world with a few of those to show you that something is changing.
You know how it is. Just an innocent mistake. Water under the bridge, eh? Back to business as usual. Hell's bells. This bandit business is hardly what it's cracked up to be.
And some of the lack of villages or farmland or anything is obviously a gameplay conceit, because it would be boring to run across 50 miles of that to get between Stormvale Castle and the next castle over. But clearly it still happens because there's such thing as, you know, a food supply. People do still eat.
Maybe I'll set up another shop with the lads.
Hey, Patches, you're gonna set up another shop? You gonna have anything good?
Finally made it, eh? And just in time for the grand reopening of Patches Emporium, where you won't need a refund because everything is top-notch.
Nope. It's all the same stuff. Patches.
What, do I have to beg? Give us a coin or two next time around, will you?
You suck. And you've been freaking us into real danger far too long. I think you're kind of an asshole. So true. For killing Patches, we get his pre-upgraded spear, which we could have gotten right at the beginning of the game if we had murdered him then. And then we also get his armor set, which you can't acquire any other way. The leather set, it's pretty cool, but way too light for what we want to do. We want to have 51 poise. What is Nefeli's tax policy? I bet it's better than Aragorn's. Since I can, I'm going to spend our giant collection of Dragon Hearts on some more spells. Gale's Flame and Morag Glintstone Breath. We bought out the entire set so far. So change this out for Grant Me Strength and Blood Flame. Sweet. Okay, now that we've made our way back to Caelid, we're finally going to go to the Divine Tower and turn in Radahn's Great Rune. So over to Dragonbarrow West. Still haven't activated my rune arc, but I'm again going to hold off on that because there's some dangerous parkour to be doing in this next area. Spears kind of suck. The Power Stance moveset was supposed to be a menace in PvP. I don't know if that's still true. I think they might have nerfed them. But I can't say I'm a fan of the one-handed or two-handed spear moveset, that's for sure. They're not great. Right, I'm gonna go around this side first. Come back to the ladder, and now we climb up. Dual Great Stars are amazing. I imagine they are. This time we go around the left side. Kill the other foot soldier here. Don't have to bang into the wall. Whoever made the decision to put this ladder all the way out here this close to the ledge is insane. And I hate that that's there, because it means you have almost no room to get back on your horse, but we made it. Let's jump across here to one more ledge, which has the Newman's Rune. Now we carefully climb up. This is the... Yeah, this is the only tower in the game where you don't take the elevator to the top. Instead, you do have to climb the outside. What we've just done. So going to the very top now, we open these doors and we'll be at the two fingers. No, I lied. There is an elevator here. How did I forget that? Oh well. So we take the elevator to the rest of the way at the top, and then we get to the two fingers where we can restore Radahn's Great Rune. But unlike the other towers, there's more to this one because you can also go down. Which is where we'll go next. Restore the power of the Great Rune. Radahn's Great Rune, is pretty much strictly worse than Godric's Great Rune until you're at fairly high levels. Because what it does is it gives you 15% more HP, FP, and stamina. And though that percentage amount tends to be less, except for HP, it tends to be less than what you get from just having 5 extra points in mind and endurance. So, like, usually you're going to get more value out of having Godric's Rune than Radahn's Rune until you've had enough points to spare to get a few dozen points in each of mind and endurance. But it's pretty nice. One of the better effects for actual combat purposes once you do hit those higher levels. Unfortunately, this door is locked, so we have to find a different way around. And that different way involves what I can only describe as sheer stupidity. What would ever possess a person to try this? Like, in reality. I believe if I just walk off, I should land on that protrusion down there. Probably, hopefully. It doesn't kill me. Good. And then I can drop to this ledge below. Go take out this red main soldier. And take the elevator up. I'm climbing this ladder, which is annoyingly long, just to get back to the other side of that door that was locked before, so I can open the shortcut and not have to go around that same path a second time if I die. Shortcut achieved. was hoping I'd sneak up on that guy. That would have been funny. Another rune arc. That's nice. You can see another platform that's breakable. We over this way. So that's where I'm gonna go. That section there is where we landed before when the previous breakable platform fell down. Now we ride this elevator down to another site of grace. At least they were kind enough to give us one of these right at the bottom. Need to get some equipment on board. I'm going to craft a few more sleep pots. Nice. Because the next boss is a Godskin Apostle. We fought a solo Godskin Noble twice now. But I believe this is our first Apostle, right? Did we fight a different one? Oh, no, we fought the one in the Windmill Village. So this is the same enemy, but stronger. Because this is like the rest of the Dragonbarrow. It's scaled for close to endgame. What I shall attempt to do is hit it with a sleep pot. Easier said than done, probably. Because the Apostle does input read. So you have to try to do it while it's in the middle of an attack. Okay. Then use Flame Grant Me Strength. Now I can dress up like another skinwalker. Gross. And my reward in this chest is the Godslayer's Greatsword, which I actually could use. It's has pretty high strength, dex, and faith requirements, but it scales best with dex, and then I believe with faith. We do meet the requirements for the Godslayer's Greatsword, so I could use it. I might try that at some point. Got decent prospects as maybe our fire weapon of choice, more so than the Pike's War Spear. Probably should have swapped this out before, but I think Winged Sword Insignia is probably best right now. Okay, so that's that for the Divine Tower. Go back outside. You will become Night Lord very soon, Val. Congratulations. I will level up and have some more faith. We've gone to this pond before and killed the dragons, but what we didn't do was head down the slope back here, down toward the base of the Divine Tower, where we can find a couple of important items, including a Somber Smithing Stone 9. So between the 9 down here and the 8 right up above, you can get all the ingredients you need for a +9 Somber weapon in the overworld, except for the Somber 7. So that's why, like, without fighting any bosses at all. So that's why, like, access to a Somber 7 is such an important consideration for, like, where you go early if you're trying to get a really strong weapon beginning of the game. I did tag that mortar refugee before. Alright, Red Scarab. One. You might be able to guess from the presence of all these Erdtree Guardians that we are approaching a minor Erdtree. We are actually going to go through the rest of the Dragonbarrow and clear it out now, so that includes like one more dungeon, I think, and then the field bosses around the Dragonbarrow. Is this a sword spear? Oh, Guardian Guard. You can grab a few Miklas lilies around here too. Alright, I'm done killing all those. Let's go down to the side of grace here. Alright, so this is Dragonbarrow Cave, and the gimmick of this is that the path to the boss is patrolled by this really, really highly scaled rune bear. You can use stealth to get around it, but I'm going to try to just fight it straight up. May turn out badly. We'll see. Going well so far, though. That may be the best rune bear fight I've ever done of any kind. That was just perfect. I actually just spammed R1s for almost all of it, and that worked great. Got the status build up and everything. So if you do bother sneaking all the way around or just killing it, you can go get the Bull Goat's Talisman here, which is the talisman that Razors are poised by a third. Actually, what it does behind the scenes, I believe, is it cuts the poise damage you take by 25%, which makes the math ever so slightly different because of the way rounding works. But functionally, it's, 1/3 increase to your poise number that you see on your status screen. It's one of the, I think it's the only way to get to 101 poise, other than like temporary poise buffs. You have to have the Bulgut's Talisman. And 101 is cool because it lets you, like I'm using 51 poise because that lets you not flinch to most light attacks from PvE enemies, but 101 can let you continue attacking through like a single big heavy attack from a lot of enemies too. And that can be powerful. This was the entrance, right? Yeah. I looted those. I guess I did get everything. Now you ace the rune bear fight, you get sloppy in the bull fight. That's just how it goes. That, dear viewers, was Bofa Duo. Wasn't that fun? When do you think you're going to time DLC stuff versus endgame? I haven't completely decided. I feel like, I mean, given what I'm planning to do, this doesn't make a difference, but if you were trying to do something that really made the most sense in terms of story progression, I would think what you do is you find out about the whole, Frenzied Flame, Mikla's Needle thing, and you take a detour before you light the Giant's Forge and go do all of, Consecrated Snowfield, Halig Tree, Mogwin Palace. Because that's all, like, finding out what happened to Mikla. And then you do the DLC, and then you go back to Forge of the Giants and do Crumbling Fair Missoula, and then Leyndell, Ashen Capital. But I think it's a real damper on things that you don't get the final Smithing Stone bell bearings until you go to Crumbling Fair Missoula. So even though I feel like that makes a little bit less sense lore-wise, I'll probably go there first and then do the DLC, and then do the in-game bosses, starting with Malekith. I'll have to rest again, but whatever. You just beat the game first, then move on to the DLC. That's perfectly reasonable, especially if you want to use some of the final boss items. But I just think from the perspective of, an actual thinking person who's trying to navigate this story and was curious and wanted to explore everything, it would definitely be go do Melania and Moog and the DLC, and then do the final boss. Did I get everything from the graveyard? Was there one more? I think that's it. This Spirit Spring was infamous because it used to be coded differently from all the other Spirit Springs in the game, where normally the area where you can land and get the Spirit Spring no fall damage effect is pretty broad. It's bigger than the actual wind column. But here, only if you actually landed in the circle where the wind is rising would your fall damage be negated if you just tried to fall down from above. Inside here, we've gotten past the barrier at the bottom of Lenny's Rise. You can go here and kill this Raven Mass. It doesn't do anything, which I think is kind of lame. I feel like killing this should unseal the front door at least, or something, but no, it's just an optional fight that gets you nothing. You get 1,000 runes, congratulations. But it's there. That's the only enemy that opposes you in this area, so it's very easy to come here in the early game and go up to the top and get an early memory stone. But in our case, it's the very last one we're getting. So that gives us our 10th and final spell slot. On the 26th of May, you beat Unalloyed Millennium on. You're still proud. It's on your YouTube, and you're also playing Inner Consort, and you got far. That's pretty cool. I've never seen that mod. Memorize spell. Okay, for this, I believe the order I want is... I want to have both Electrify Armament and Bloodflame Blade on hand so that I can use whichever one's appropriate depending on whether the boss can bleed or not. And I want to arrange my buff spells in order from longest duration to shortest, so I believe it should go Blessing's Boon, and then Electrify Armament, which is here, and then Golden Vow, and then Bloodflame Blade, and then Grant Me Strength. Also need to time until nightfall, because I'm about to fight a Knight's Cavalry. I don't think I'm ever going to touch the unalloyed Millennium mod, honestly. I must have used the same spell twice, because... yeah. Bloodhound Step, very nice. This roadway is filled with traps from our lovely friends, the Vulgar Militiamen. So if you stay off the path, you don't get exploded with a bunch of poison. I'm going to ignore them for now, because I will hope to kill another field boss with my Gold Pickle Stout Foot still active. Now untag this. Are you going to kill the gargoyle here? Yes. Oh, I know what I did. I applied Electrify Armament and then applied Bloodflame Blade, didn't I? Forgot to skip one. Ow. Alright, well that failed. Well, no big loss. Now I can take my time. I wonder if charged R2s are going to work better than Stormcaller. Possibly. Just obnoxiously hard to hit these Black-Winged Kindred or the Gargoyles. All my stance pressure. I certainly did. Ow. Also, I lost all my runes. Oops. Scarab's the only thing of interest on this side. It's got another Somber 9, right? Otherwise, we could go fight some more Vulgar Militiamen, but there's really no need for that. Our next challenge is Flying Dragon Grail. Not to be confused with Grail. This is literally just a Geel, but with more stats. Exact same moveset, nothing different. And that means it's actually feasible to fight Grail legit really early in the game. You just understand how the dragon movesets work. Or you can cheese it by getting it to land on that tree over there at the end of the bridge and then getting stuck in a falling animation and dying. Also fun. Use Bloodflame Blade. Right, so our other opponent right now is this Putrid Avatar. We're not using a proper fire weapon, so we won't get a huge damage bonus, but this is a familiar enemy. We shouldn't have too much trouble, hopefully. Golden Land is annoying. And we got it with the Gold Pickle Foulfoot still active. Hooray! Bonus runes. I did skip some things to pick up back north towards the Great Bridge, including this Scarab who has an incantation. It's Bestial Constitution, which does something stupid. It's like, yeah, here's blood loss and frost buildup. Basically useless. You can actually eat the item that gives bonus runes right after a boss dies and get the bonus because there's a delay between boss tests and when you get runes. Yes, I know. I did that for Grail. and then just kept riding over to the Earthtree avatar to kill that while it was still active. But it certainly is very nice that they made it work that way, so that there is a delay. You don't have to have it active before you land the killing blow. Okay. We're going to try to fight the most beloved enemy in all of Elden Ring. Now there's a couple ways to get down here. There's the obvious, like the normal way, which is to do some parkour down some tree roots, or I'm going to try the faster trick. If you launch from this spirit spring and then you double jump right over the end of that pot, you can just get over the edge and exploit the spirit spring effect to negate your fall damage when you come down here. That way you don't have to deal with the whole jumping puzzle. This is where we find the painter of the which painting was it? The Redmane painting, I think. We can get the Rain of Arrows, Ash of War, the one that the Redmane Knights were using against us. And then lastly here is our friend the Laser Golem. I'm going to buff up for this and try to take him down, but I also have a Sacrificial Twig equipped, so that if I die, I don't have to come back here and retrieve those runes. And I'll just charge in, go get the item next to it from the corpse, the rune arc, and then bail away at it with my flail. So what's scary about the Laser Golem is it summons these 3 orbs that fire lasers at you. It's totally unique. There's no other golem that does this in the game. They're insanely powerful. He's super tanky because he's a Dragonbarrow enemy. He does a ton of damage. And he has shielded ankles, so he's not as easy to stance break as the other golems. Basically, he's the hardest golem in the game. And I don't know why it ate my input there. Hey, stance break. Well, I got 2 charged R2s on, but unfortunately he summoned his laser orbs again, so I ran out. Almost dead. And that's it. We've beaten the final boss. Oh yeah. Hardest enemy in the whole game. I mean, not really, but he is scary. Alright, I will drop my sacrificial tool. And we're almost done with Dragonbarrow now. There's just one more dungeon here, which is the one that the statue's been pointing to for ages, ever since we activated it when we were going to Celia Hideaway. There's another catacombs at the very northern end of the Radahn's arena. So that's where we'll go next. Tucked away inside the cliff face, right by the shore, is the door to the War Dead Catacombs, where it turns out that the spirits of the Redmane soldiers and the Cleanrot Knights that were battling when Melania invaded Caelid are still going at it. At the Grace, gonna level up. We go for more vigor. I also want to mix my physic and put in the Opaline hard tier. This is an additional damage reduction buff that I can have for 3 minutes, which I really like. I think it's one of the most broadly useful tiers that you can use. So I'll take Dex Knot and the Opaline hard tier. I want Flame Cleanse Me again, because there is some rot in this dungeon, and I think we're ready to go from there. I will let them battle each other for right now, while I run around and pick up some of the loot. Redmane Knight Archer spawns in and starts shooting to avoid him, and then this other one. A death screen. That was cool. I might be able to backstab this guy. He just walks out. Scripted. Yeah. Never even knew what hit him. Ooh, clean rot helm. Goodbye. Ooh, I got a 4th greatsword. That's cool. It's a greatsword with bleed, I believe. Okay, I didn't know imps had a grab. That's new. Right, that should be everything in the dungeon. The soldiers and but the clean rots and the red meat soldiers will respawn infinitely, so there's no clearing them out. It will just keep on coming. So we're not going to bother fighting any more of them. We'll just go on to the boss. And the boss is this the... Is there another tree spirit? Or is this the last one? I don't remember in the base game. Is there one in Consecrated Snowfield? Time. Still didn't get away fast enough, unfortunately. Out. Future tree spirits get knocked out of their critical stance by light attacks. Who knew? We get Red Knight Oga and one more golden seed, which is, again, useless.
I hear you helped get the girl back on her feet. Though I'm not her foster father anymore, I'd still like to thank you. Sorry for the time you had to waste.
Yes, Gideon, we have helped your daughter get back on her feet. She's the ruler of Limgrave now, if you care to know. There's three. Oh, there's three in the Ashen Capital. That's right. Forgot about those. We have that to look forward to. All right, we'll take our Vigor to 52. We've got basically 8 more levels to go, which we'll just pump into Vigor. And other than that, we've now cleared all of Dragonbarrow, all of Limgrave, all of Weeping Peninsula, all of Liurnia, including the Moonlight Altar, all of Ainsel River, all of the Deeproot Depths, almost all of Schiefer River except for the Dynasty Mausoleum, all of Mount Gelmir and Volcano Manor, all of the Altus Plateau, all of the Royal Capital, all the Subterranean Shunning Grounds, the Forbidden Lands, of course, and then the western part of Mountaintops of the Giants. So the only things left ahead of us are eastern mountaintops and Crumbling Fair Missoula and the Ashen Capital, and aside from that, critical path, the Consecrated Snowfield, which we can also access now because we've gotten both of the Haligtree medallions, and then Nicholas Haligtree and Mogwin Dynasty Mausoleum. So that's a huge chunk of the game out of the way, and there aren't that many dungeons left. Just a handful of major bosses and, like, I guess you would say 2 more legacy dungeons? Probably. But we certainly have some formidable bosses to fight soon. I'm going to warp over to the Freezing Lake, which gets us closest to where we're going in the eastern mountaintops. And that will be where we'll go next on our next stream. So thanks for coming, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the stream, had a good time. I look forward to the next one because, like I said, there's a sequence of pretty big bosses coming up, and I think something special along the way. So got that to look forward to. I'll see you next time. Have a good one.